gonna do one more little launch here. Coming out, take the traction control off. We are in super track pack. We're in launch mode. Make sure we're safe. That there's no cars within forever away from us. And we're ready. Pretty much spun out through all the first gear. Okay guys, welcome to the new build, Challenger build. It was hit a little bit in the front, a little bit in the back. Hey, let's start out. Let's see if this thing will start. Robert's gonna do the honors.
Dead.
Oh man, nothing. Totally dead, nothing.
Nothing at all.
Well, let's hope a battery fixes it. And in the meantime, let's get on the other repairs. We'll have the will it start at the end of the video. Alright, let's check out the exterior of the car. So it looks like we have some damage on the front here. We got a bunch of plastic, the grill's missing. Don't really know exactly what's gonna be broke until we take this bumper off. Looks like the hood's not latching. I don't know if we have a bad hood latch or not. So we'll check that out. Let's open the hood here. Overall, I mean, it doesn't look too bad. The salvage auction said it didn't run. You know, they had no listing of it running or driving. They usually say if it runs and drives. I'm a little bit scared on that. So hopefully it runs and drives. But yeah, I mean, other than that, I mean, the plastic up here doesn't look in bad shape. Hopefully, we'll see when we get this bumper off. I don't even know what could have hit. What do you think, Robert? What do you think could have hit there?
No clue. Maybe they rear-ended somebody or light, slow speed hit.
Well, I think you were telling me before that maybe somebody hit the back of a hitch or something. You know, like, but I think it's a little high for a hitch, don't you?
Yeah.
Probably a little high for a hitch. This side of the car, I mean, the wheels look pretty nice. This side of the car looks, I mean, really nice, fairly unscathed, as far as I can see. The roof looks pretty nice. It's dirty. It's a good clean. We need new side marker lights. This is a little bent, the exhaust tip. Another side marker light. So this is the biggie dent right here. Low here, high here. Let's see if we can't bend that out. But yeah, I mean, really, it's hard to see all the damage on this one. It doesn't, kind of surprised, a little bit surprised it was even sold as a salvage. Maybe it's got a running issue that we're not aware of. That's why I figured it probably needs engine work or something. I guess we'll find out later in the video. Well, the one thing that did happen when whatever they hit, so the seat belts. So in an accident, you have the cylinder that's that basically on an airbag that will somehow make it tighten on you real fast, and we're no experts on that, but it'll tighten on you real fast, then it locks it out, and then a lot of times you even have to get cut out of the seat a lot of times because it also locks it in here too. So it locks the seat belt in. So now what we have to do is send these off to airbag specialists, and they can rebuild these. So there's a little cylinder here. There's a little belt tensioner here with has some action in there, it locks it out. And I'm probably a little bit wrong in how I described it, I would imagine. So, but yeah, it doesn't look any airbag. Any other airbags went off, so I think we might be in luck there. Let's check out the other side. Okay, this one they actually had to cut to get the person out. So this one's totally cut. Same thing, see the buckle there? The buckle is stuck in there. That's what happens on the accident. To try to keep you safe. Now it doesn't really to keep you safe, to keep you in the car. And that one's totally cut off. Alright, so I think we're ready to check out the rest of the car. We're gonna see how we can get it on the lift now. So that way we can just check on the damage on the front end. There might be some stuff underneath that we're not seeing. Thanks for watching. As always, if you like what you're seeing, please like and subscribe. And if you're new to our channel, welcome. We appreciate you guys watching. Alright, let's put it on the lift. Check, make sure we got it all on our pinch welds. And if you go a little higher, so that it gets fit. Yeah, the pinch welds are just so. The pinch welds on this car are just so close to the edge, it looks a little scary. Yeah. Oh.
I don't think that's supposed to be.
That would cause a rattle. Looks like we need a new sway bar bushing.
How did that get knocked out of there?
Yeah, I've never seen one do that before. Is it, it's just broke? Yeah. Oh yeah, it just came out. Yeah. Huh?
Just came out of there.
When it got hit, it caused such a violent reaction that it just popped the sway bar bushings out. And put that on the list, sway bar bushings. We got a little bit of crunchage there at some time or another. Is that a word, crunchage?
Yes, it is today.
Okay, looks like this back chrome tip is a fairly easy adjustment. So we can get that adjusted.
We got some frame damage here.
Little bendage there. Not sure what hit that, if that was from this particular accident or definitely buckled it. You can see it right there too. Not sure what hit. Something hit somewhere, but I don't see much up there, do you?
Right there, right there.
Oh yeah, that's the biggie right there, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. As this side is all good. There's
Clean a little bit here.
perfectly straight, yeah. So yeah, Robert has a theory that was hit in the back somehow, which I agree with him, but it's just you just would think there'd be a little bit more damage on these plastic pieces, but you know, if it hit right here hard enough, I guess it's such weak structure, right? All right, let's get this sucker off of there. We're gonna do all the bottom stuff first, and then when we put the lift down, we'll do the top stuff. We're gonna take the rear bumper off and the front bumper and see what we're working with.
7mm.
And go with 7. Start with these little bolts.
Yep. Let's make it 7. something.
Looks like I need to grease the wheels on these, both of these roll around stools.
Take that all out of there.
The lower grill looks like it's in okay shape. And I think this bumper is definitely reusable. Usually.
These ones ain't doing what they're supposed to.
They're, when in doubt, break it out. Okay. So that definitely has been munched right there. I'm wondering...
Find the pieces.
Something from up above.
That's a...
But luckily that support bracket is, oh, well, no. We'll just have to see when we get it aligned. If we can't get it aligned, then that part I believe is probably not really causing. I don't think that part's gonna have to be replaced, but because that would mean we'd have to replace the whole cradle, and that would not be fun. Although it's not horrible, if we have to replace this whole cradle, it's not horrible.
That one piece, it doesn't look bad on here. Well, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, just
support the engine up and.
Yeah, I mean it's
too bad.
it's going to support the engine no problem as long as it can still be aligned. Pretty dry on the engine. That's good. Hopefully our radiator and everything's good. Alright, it's almost got this lower piece of plastic off. It's I believe it's still probably usable, even though it is not the best thing in the world, but no one ever sees the stuff underneath there, so as long as it's going to be on there and clip on and still be able to do its job, then that's good enough. Okay, let's look at our so these fans are always so close to the engine, it's always hard to tell if they're actually closer than they should be, but that is pretty darn close. So these little things they put on, these little, what do you call those, Robert? Those clips, some type of clips. I don't really think you can get them off without having to just break them off, so. Unfortunately, this thing is...
Let's see what happens. You can... Let's get one I can work with.
You want to drill it out? One broke. That's good. Just have to get those out of there and reuse new ones. Not reusable. Well, we got these little rivets broke off. I haven't found a good way to take them off yet in all the time I've ever tried taking these off, so we just broke them off. Be ready for new ones. And now we just have to see, there's usually one bolt up here, which I think Robert, looks like he may have got this one. Is there a bolt? Oh, Robert already got that one. Did you get the other side yet?
No, there actually wasn't one over there.
Oh, there wasn't one on?
Side? No.
Not one on
there
this?
There might have supposed to have been one.
There's one right here, but is that...
Yeah, that one's holding, well...
We gotta take that one off, which is Either, it looks like either a 10 or a Torx. I'm gonna take that off. So usually, folks, there's one bolt here and then usually one behind. And it sounds like the one behind's not there. He's old school wrenching it here. Oh, sorry, I'm gonna keep holding that for you. You can still use wrenches like that without having a ratchet on there? I didn't think you could still do that. I thought that was... You could just grab a 10.
That's what I'm about to do.
It'll be easier. Well,
I thought maybe it would bite it if I could get just a little bit out, and then it would.
We told you how much we love bolts in the last video, so, you know, we're really... Oh, here he goes. Now we're cooking. How about a whole hour of this? So this is entertaining. Whole hour, one bolt. We could make a lot of videos that way with an hour per bolt. We got something going here. I mean, look at how much actual YouTube videos that we put out with all the bolts on a car.
So that's kind of...
This bolt's kicking our butt.
Yeah.
And a little bit of, we have to do a little, we need that, we're gonna have to get some touch up
Broken
there.
anyways.
But yeah. All right. Got her off it. Finally. Got one there too?
Okay, now it's gone.
All right, I think we're ready to take her down. Oh, gotta do the back first. Go to the back and see what it looks like there. Okay, we got some push clips to take off. Push clips to take off. Looks like the bottom is mostly just push clips. And some more stupid of these ones you gotta break off. And one bolt there, and there's probably one bolt underneath there. Okay. This is one of those jobs, folks, where it was really tough to get out, but if we would have took the fender liner off and we would have took the wheel off, it'd probably been simple. So sometimes you try to do things, and if it would just even be quicker if you just took everything apart, but you got her. Do you agree?
Yeah. There's always a better way.
Did you notice the coolant in this? The coolant bottle is really kind of a gross looking color.
Yeah, those things. The trick on cleaning those, I haven't done it yet.
Okay, let's see what we've got up top to take off.
Looks
You can see what you did there. Oh, there's that little bolt behind there. That's a hard one to find. There it is.
I don't know if there's...
Behind there, it's kind of a weird place for a bolt there. Nice. Definitely gonna have to do some plastic welding on these headlights. These headlights are
I'm betting those headlights have to be out of
quite broke.
there.
Quite broke.
How they would...
I bet you they stay in.
Yeah, I wouldn't think. 'Cause...
They stay in. You have to take the bumper off to get to almost every headlight now, it seems like.
I bet we gotta pull the inner fender well completely out. Well, no,
I don't think so.
There's no access from there.
Yeah, you just have to. We got a few more clips up here on this broken plastic.
But still.
So hopefully this front grille comes as one piece, hopefully, but I'm guessing it's about 3 different pieces. We got the headlight surround. We got this, whatever you want to call this plastic piece on the bumper. We got the actual grill. Maybe we got lucky and it's just pushed in. That would be nice. That's probably a little expensive. Okay, we got everything unattached and we're about ready to come off of there. Clips and all these little clips there, and there's a little couple mounting things. There was a screw right there that we fought for a while. And this side's off. And all these little things clip into there. Hangs up on the threads. We've got about 1 billion pieces of plastic are about ready to fall out of this thing. All right. Headlights. We're gonna put that back into there. We're gonna use some the plastic welder and some epoxy, and that should be fine. So guys, just want to show you, we have the nice thing about this car is this plastic piece is removable. So see this plastic piece? We have 2 bolts there. So we're gonna have to order a new one of those because you can see we're broke in several places. We're broke here. And this is a structural piece, so we're gonna have to replace this, and it's bent. So if you close the hood, we'll have Robert close the hood real quick. So if you close the hood, you can see it's too far forward to be able to latch. And that's not because the hood's too far forward. In fact, the hood's a little bit crumpled. But, so that's what we're gonna have to do, is we're gonna have to get a new one of these pieces here. And luckily it just bolts on there, so that's pretty easy fix. So we will have to take out the radiator to do that, or maybe, probably, could be.
No, I don't.
Or maybe we won't, just the
Just
the top mount. So
this off here, we'll get that out of the way, figure out where it's.
yeah, this little bumper surround thing is a one piece. I've seen that for sale. That needs replaced. So, you know, this behind the bumper plastic thing looks...
That's fine.
Fine, yeah, which is nice. So far our damage is, this hood latch for sure has got to be replaced because it's just not moving right. This little piece right here, radiator support / upper plastic piece, whatever you want to call it. And that little plastic behind bumper piece. Sorry, I don't know any of these things are actually called. And the headlight surround on the bumper. So not looking too horrible so far. Looks like our horn is actually in good shape this time. But yeah, when I first looked at the car, I didn't notice the bent plastic, but now that you look at it, the plastic's definitely bent, which that also caused the radiator the fan to move a little bit as well. So once we correct that, hopefully that should fix that up, and hopefully the front will just be putting a few bushings on and taking a few plastic pieces off and putting a few plastic pieces back on. That would sure be nice. The rear is going to be a little bit more interesting with that bendage.
through the parts. See what's
Got some floor
stuffed in the back.
mats. Ooh, tissue. Alright, got some adhesive strips. Who knows what this is? I don't even, what is this thing?
Looks like a good old dog bed.
I think that's a dog. Oh, little for a little dog?
It's got little paws on it and everything.
Awesome. Well, we have a little dog, so we might like this thing. What else we got in here? A garage pass for some garage I've never heard of. Oh, smell-o-vision again. Just like in the last video. Another smell-o-vision. Oh. Ooh, brush. Used brush. That's always exciting. Nice little cell phone charger. Alright. Well, it looks like
It's kind of crazy how they leave this stuff in the car. I wonder if they was from out of state someplace and they just grabbed what they could and just flew back or something.
This is Auto Sky. Don't have no clue what this is, but it says Auto Sky.
Somebody will know.
Yeah, somebody knows what that is? Let me know, because I have no clue what an Auto Sky is. Okay, got that. Oh, I think we got since we have the dog bed, you need to have the dog carrying
there you
case.
go.
Throw the little dog in there. Take your little dog on a walk. Oh yeah. Gotta love it. Why don't you just put the leash on the dog instead of using this? Or maybe this is for travel, I would think, right?
Throw it in the
Throw them in the luggage.
carry-on or overhead luggage
compartment. Remove this battery.
Oh, it came with a spare battery.
Oh, this is a little bag cooler. Put your...
Somebody steal their DoorDash bag.
And looks like we have some new grocery bags. They look like they're empty. And so if you're not from Colorado, if you're from Colorado or California, you probably know what these are, but in these, at least in our states, we have to take bags or they charge us like, I don't know, $1/4 a bag or something
10
for
cents.
bags. So, or 10 cents. So if you take these, you don't have to pay. All right. Okay, let's get this. So we gotta take these tail lights off to be able to get this bumper loose, and there's probably, might even be a bolt up here someplace. Okay, there's these weird little tab things on there. You see one. Another one behind, oh. Another one behind you. Actually, looks like they have it so you could put a wrench on there too. So if you couldn't get it, if it's too tight, looks like you could put your 10 or 11 on there.
I wonder if there was another hole in that was actually supposed to go through and somebody didn't put in the right spot.
Could be. Got her
No,
unplugged?
it's actually so you don't have to have any tool to change a bulb.
Yeah,
Nice.
that makes it nice. There's a locating tab up there, I think. There's some, oh, another. Oh, that's just attached. Okay, are we free? Oh yeah. Wait,
That was simple.
thank you, Dodge. That was pretty easy. But there might be,
A clip or something.
there's a clip up here. For sure a clip. 2 clips. So I think I think these are just clips. I think we're okay just pulling it. Okay, we're doing the other side now.
Alright, what do you got going on?
Okay, so I just pulled these off their clips. They just snap in there. We already removed the bolt that was right here. So we're thinking that you take this off and then you pull it out. Okay, what we're gonna try to do is, so we don't mar the paint, we're gonna try to use a little plastic pry tool. So
Over here.
So we see we got one right here. You want to be as close as you can when you're trying to pop these, so it works a lot better if you get closer. The further away you get, the harder it is and the more they're likely to break them. boy, that's working. And if you have two, I thought I brought two over here. Maybe I didn't. It does help. Well, now I can use this one because I got a little space. Just trying to
bolt in there, huh?
Well, it's just I felt for a bolt.
Yep, there is one.
There is one?
Yep.
Oh. Just one?
Well, there's something in there.
I think
Yeah, maybe not. No, it might just be a clip, just a retainer.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yep, you're right.
Thought I felt. Oh, here, I did bring it. Okay, let's. Oh, that one's coming unclipped. Bottom still fighting us.
They don't want it just to fall off going down the road, I guess.
I don't think there's a screw in the bottom underneath, do you?
You wouldn't think so.
No, there's not. I think it pulls out. Oh, yeah. You got to pull it out. And then, yep, then you just have two up top.
So the tail lights themselves won't just pop out of there, huh?
Yeah. Oh, wait.
So how do you...
Wait a sec. We're doing this wrong. We're doing this wrong, folks. This is more simple than I thought. It just pulls. The whole thing pulls.
Well, you'd sure think that these would come out.
There might be. I bet you these come out first, and then there's a bolt back here. I would guess. We were pulling this off wrong. We were pulling it off. That's all right. That's how you learn. Sometimes you make a few mistakes. Watch a video beforehand.
Not ours.
We started making a video before we watched a video. That's our problem, guys. So how do these... Watch video first, then make video. Or be a crash repair dummy like us and just do it the wrong way first.
That's the whole point. Is so.
Yeah, learn from us. There she goes. And that's a broken piece, isn't it? No, actually it's supposed to be like this. No, it's definitely still a clip, even though. Yeah, it just rolls up. Just kind of sits on there, I think. And this comes out, and there's a bolt under it. Oh yeah, there it is. We found it finally. That's what we were looking for. So you have this tab that goes behind there. That just pops out. Bam. Now we got a couple 8mm bolts. All right, guys, so that's what we were missing all along, is we had to take the tail light out first and then get this bolt out. Okay. So let's finish lifting this off there. And then it's easy. So we're gonna see if we can put this back into place once it's, but these actually are on there with clips. That's what threw us off. These are on there with clips, so we thought they came out that way, so they don't. It looks like it's just connected to that now. So we got this, and now that we know how to do it. Okay, so it just pops up out of there after you get that bolt removed. And then you just have to start pulling on it, pull up.
Still isn't easy.
No, need some leverage. There it goes. There. I think she's free now. Okay, now we just have to lift it over this or remove this.
Ooh, pull them out.
These are your alignment tabs for your trunk lid, so you can change the position. So they're also on a lot of your hoods too, so that's how you align your hood. The headlight or the tail lights look like they're in good shape. It's always nice, save us some money. It's dirty. Okay, we got the harness right here for the whole bumper assembly. It's got this locking tab right there. It's okay, let me show that.
That's crazy. Look at that inner bumper.
Oh yeah. That did not come from this accident.
No.
That was from...
Must have been rear-ended before.
So when it was hit, it obviously pushed this back a little bit, which caused this to bulge. All right, guys, we got a plan here. So we're trying to make these videos so that they're for people like us that don't have a ton of money, and that they can fix these, get them back on the road, and still have a nice car. The problem that we're kind of figuring with this back here is that there's some under damage, which we've shown in the video. And I think the problem is that we need a new quarter panel. And that's going to be just a crazy amount of body shop work. We're probably talking about $3 grand at least to do the rear quarter panel on that. And then here's the ticker. Here's the kicker. Let's go to the other side. And we noticed how bad this one's bent as well. As you can see, it's not supposed to have that big of a style line right there. We kind of started noticing that. We noticed it was dented. So the plan is wide body kit. I think that's going to look pretty neat anyways. We'll do the wide body kit. And that's going to look pretty cool. And it's going to be, sold as a rebuilt salvage car, so it's not going to be perfect. We're not trying to hide anything. Obviously we're making a video of it, so I think that's the way to do it. Then we'll get these hammered out, and try to get this line looking a little better, because that wide body kit comes to about here. And I think that's the way to do it and make it look nice. And I like the wide body kits. I think they look awesome. And then we have a super nice car, and we didn't just spend, I bet you that there's a reason why they totaled this car, and now we figured it out, is that it needs both rear quarter panels, and that's probably $6 grand, $7 grand, $10 grand, I don't know, who even knows. A lot of money, folks. So that is why this car was totaled out. We figured that out now. It wasn't because of the front. The front would have cost a couple $1,000s probably. But this rear is where it's at. So, all right. I think we're about ready to do the will it start. Okay, guys. This was our old battery. It was as toast as batteries can get. It didn't even do a click. It didn't do anything. We bought a new battery. And I'm going to show you the battery real quick. Oh, there's our sledgehammer. We've been looking for our sledgehammer. Our sledgehammer walked away on us. Huh. Found my extension. So guys, I wanted to show you this really quick because this has the Harman Kardon subwoofers in it. Man, what a cool setup, huh? But put a new battery in it. Pretty easy. Just got a bolt down there and a strap. Don't forget the strap. Put a new battery in it. Now we can see if this thing will start. All right. Oh, it was just on the lift, so we didn't exactly have it set up to get in and out very well.
All right, let's see.
Oh man,
Sounds good.
sounds awesome. Give it a little bit. It's rattling because I got that exhaust off of there. All right. Woohoo! We got 2 running
Sweet.
Hemi Challengers that sound great. So that's the good thing, guys. Now we just have to go with our fixes and look at it was rattling a little bit because I got the exhaust clamp off the rear, but yep, we're pretty excited about that. So we got 2 nice running Hemi Challengers. And this one does have the Super Track Pack. That's pretty cool. That's probably why they got in trouble, folks. Be careful with the Super Track Pack. Might get yourself in a predicament like this. Well, we're going to get these things back on the road. And thanks for coming along the ride. And we'll see you on the next one. So this is the biggie dent right here. Low here, high here. Let's see if we can't bend that out. Let's check out this paint job here. I'm gonna give you the good, the bad, and the ugly. Okay guys, just showing you what we've been doing. So we had to give this a little relief, and so it would move to where we wanted it to move. I'm sure this is not what a professional would do. This is just a quick fix, so that's something you could do. Well, I don't know if you could do it at home or not. It's not a professional way to do it at all. Just let you know this is what we're doing, and we're gonna give it a shot. We'll see if we can't get this smoothed out with some Bondo, and I gotta give it a real quick sand first. And definitely not probably the way a professional would do it, but you know, I was willing to take the chance because, you know, $3-4 grand down the tubes for a new quarter panel, or I could try a little bit of a quick fix. Well, it's worth a gamble, right? It's worth a gamble. See how it comes out. Use fiberglass over it to give it strength, so it's gonna need that strength put back into it. So, and I also welded it too. We also welded it, so welded it and fiberglass, give it enough strength so that way hopefully it'll be a good repair. All right, we're gonna keep after it. Let's see how it comes out. Okay guys, gotta get this sanded and prepped for Bondo. I don't want to breathe the dust. guys, just wanted to let you know that I'm not a professional at this. This is not a how-to video on how to do body work. I'm not very good at it. I've done it only a couple of times, you know, well, more than a couple of times, but not very many times. And this is a new thing I've been doing on this one, so it may work, it may not work. Like I said, not a professional deal. This is the way I'm doing it. It's gonna look, I'm gonna make sure it looks good at the end, but I'm sure it's not the way that a professional would do it. So this isn't a how-to, so just make sure you know, but let's see how it comes out. Are you betting for me? You're betting against me at this point? Maybe it'll turn out good, maybe it'll turn out horrible, and we'll have to take it to a pro. But let's give it a shot, see if we can save ourselves a ton of money. Alright, now it's time to do some Bondo. We had to sand it with the 80 grit to start with. You definitely have to get all the shiny stuff of the fiberglass off of there so that way the resin is sanded to give it a tooth so that the Bondo can bite. Alright, time for some more sanding. Okay, we definitely still have a bunch more low spots, and you can entirely tell I do not know what I'm doing. So don't try this at home. Or try it at home and realize that you're gonna fail, and you're gonna have to figure it out and keep going until you get it right. That's what happens a lot of times. That's how I figured. That's how I do a lot of stuff is, you know, I'm not a professional. I haven't been to any type of training for this. You just have to learn as you go, and a lot of times when you learn, you do it wrong a few times, and then you end up figuring out how to get it right and save a ton of money and figure out that, hey, you can do this. Yeah, is it gonna be the best in the world? No. But, I mean, I got like 20 bucks worth of Bondo and, you know, 20 bucks worth of sandpaper, and I give it a shot. If I can't get it perfectly smooth at the end of the day, I can't take it to professional. But at this point, I've already done the worst part of the repair, and then when they look at it, they can be like, oh, okay, I can get that dent out with a little bit of this or a little bit of that. So I think, either way, I think at the end of the day, I will save myself some money. Well, let's hope, folks. We definitely got a big low spot there we got to fill with some more Bondo. And we're going to have to work on our style line here. Obviously, right now it's non-existent. So, we definitely got a lot more to go there. We're quite a bit. Still got a little bit to go, but in the middle here, definitely got some low spots, and right there we got the low spot. So just keep adding a little bit more material. Right now we haven't added too much, maybe 1/8 of an inch, so we should be within there. They say you don't want to do much more than 1/4 of an inch, so I think we'll be in that ballpark when we get done. Okay guys, it's coming along. Got a few more low spots to get to. And I know what you're thinking, I suck at this. And you are correct. But we're getting there. And when you don't know what you're doing, you just gotta keep trying. Keep trying, keep working at it, do a little more research, watch a few more videos. Get that long sanding block, helped me a lot getting it nice and straight. The only problem is I only have 36 grit, which creates a lot of scratches. So getting this smoothed out. It's not artwork by any means. It's not going to be perfect. And we're going to have the wide body kit in, so we do have to see a little bit of unevenness there. But as long as we get our style line pretty good, which I think we did, the wide body kit will come to about there. But we're going to paint the whole quarter panel because it just would look horrible if I didn't. So we're going to start getting some stuff off. And it might look horrible even with, because I'm painting it and I'm not a professional painter. So we're gonna do the best we can. We got some spray cans from our local car paint store, and we got some clear. What we're gonna do is we're gonna tape off to the edge right here, the least noticeable spot we could do, like in the middle there, or maybe just right there on the side. And that way you'll see the littlest amount of overspray and tape as possible, tape line as possible. And then we'll just tape off the bottom there, tape off that stuff. We're gonna try and take off this rubber gasket here. I'm hoping this is part of it. This one up here, I don't think we'll be able to get that off without, I'm gonna have to tape that off. That might look a little janky. I'm gonna try to get something underneath there and then tape it back, and hopefully, same thing here. This actually lifts up pretty easy, but, so that might be the worst looking spot of the group. This up here already was painted, when it really shouldn't have been. It's supposed to be just be black. So I'm just gonna tape right to it, doesn't really matter. And yeah, we're gonna get after it. This is the one, this top one is the one I really wanted to get off. It's almost like it's partially glued on. I'm gonna have to mess with that for a second. See if I can't get that off, so that way it's gonna look a lot better on my paint job if I can get that off. Alright, let's get back after it. Okay, taping off the car, getting ready to paint tomorrow. Or at least I hope tomorrow. So, we had to make some decisions that, you know, weren't exactly ideal, but I wanted to take this rubber seal off. Unfortunately, it's riveted in, and then when you start looking at it, it goes to the underneath this particular window here. So I don't want to go quite to those lengths. Also, when I was figuring out how I want to tape this, one, you can either tape right to it and then hope that you don't get little boogers on the side here. I decided that I wanted to tape so that you could just get a nick, get just a teeny nick of that plastic, and then the paint would look better at the edge. You might have a teeny bit of stuff on that plastic, but at least, or rubber, whatever material that is, but at least maybe I could try to, if there does get any on there, I can at least try to get it off. So down here I noticed a little spot. So when this sits flat, it doesn't leave any room. So what I did for the paint, or anywhere to really tape, I would have had to tape onto here, and I would have had a really bad edge there that I wouldn't have liked too much. So what I did is I jammed this hose in there and give it some gap. That way the paint can go underneath there. So I'll tape to here, and the paint can go underneath, and that way make a little bit better edge. I think that's going to look quite a bit nicer. And then I'm just going to have to tape to the face here as well, because that's all the options I really had there. And then just remember, I put my door seal back on. I don't want to risk getting any paint back in the car, although I'm going to mask the thread out of the door. But so we're going to go along this line right here and try to tape right in the corner. And we'll just keep going, see how it turns out. Alright guys, about ready to paint. We've got the surface all ready to go. And we went to our local paint store, and yeah, we're ready to paint. We taped everything off really close with a lot of tape. Make sure it's not going to fly off when you paint. We're just going to use spray cans because I think it's going to be fairly easy on this one. And I just wanted to show you guys. It was $200, and I got 4 spray cans of this color Sublime Pearl, and I got 3 cans of clear. So basically you can see right now, I've sanded it with 600 grit the areas that, didn't need any work. The areas that work, we put this white primer on it, and I believe it should be a light color primer underneath the Sublime because it's a fairly light color, but I guess we'll find out. Also, you'll see all these marks I have on my fingers and everything. That's oil marks. So I need to wipe off this last coat. I need to wipe off before I paint with some paint thinner. And so I'm going to do that as my last step. And I also have tack rags. I'm not sure. I might use that after. Maybe I'll use that now and then do paint thinner as my last step, I suppose. I'm not an expert painter by any means. We're just trying to save money. And we'll see how this turns out. Hopefully the color looks good. And I'm not sure if this is the right way to go. You painters, let me know. Should I have primed the whole thing? Am I gonna have trouble because I'm doing it this way? My plan is to hit the prime areas with 2 coats, and then do the 3rd coat the whole quarter panel, and then hopefully have enough for 1 more full coat after that. So we'll see how she works. Well, I'm noticing that this stuff does not cover really well, which is what I was a bit afraid of with this color. So, have to put a few more coats on it.
Okay, let's do it. Stay away from the little thing. That always happens.
Well guys, it always happens when you're painting and you don't have a nice, beautiful spot to do it, like a paint booth. So you end up with little insects and different things, and over the years I've tried to get them out, I've tried to this, I've tried to that. Well, now I just leave them in, and then when I come back tomorrow, it'll look, a couple little legs will look better than Big old booger in the paint. Okay guys, really excited to pull the tape here. Let's hope it matched. Oh man, that would suck if it didn't match. Alright, well, I definitely see some faux pas, but in this area. But luckily, we have the wide body kit, so that won't matter at all. Let's hope that up here looks pretty good. I don't see anything too horrible so far, but let's give her a look. And we still have our buddy right here, the fly. Okay guys, we got her done. Not super happy with it. I'm kind of happy. We have some bad areas, you know, right in there. Definitely bad area here. Luckily the wide body kit's gonna cover that. But if it was just those things, I wouldn't be as upset. But like, the color match is just not the best. I don't know, maybe in direct sunlight it'll look better, but it's just a tough one to do, so. I mean, it looks, up here there's not much to show. It doesn't look too bad. This bigger area. I guess I knew that was gonna happen though, because it's a pearl coat metallic, so, and it was fairly translucent, so maybe they put 10 coats on this one and I only put 4 coats on this one. I don't know. But that's when you run into metallics, it's tough to match. Really tough to match. So that's the one thing you have to remember. But, I mean, still, I saved a lot of money. About 300 bucks in materials instead of crazy amount of money. I'm sure we spent $6 grand for that. I don't even know. Maybe there's somebody out there that does it for a lot cheaper, but they also would have had to make it look good, so. And also take that dent out, and anyways. Do it yourself and learn at the same time. Obviously, next time you gotta make sure you get your Anyways. Some good, some bad. I guess that's life for you. Paint job here. I'm gonna give you the good, the bad, and the ugly. Well, unfortunately, this paint color, I mean, in the sun, it's definitely off. It's definitely off. Unfortunately, and it's probably my fault for, well, definitely my fault for not testing it first. But, I don't know, it looks better than it did before, I guess, if I really hate it, which I kind of do. I can redo it. Wasn't too horribly difficult to do that and get some paint that actually matches. We have a few body issues here. Two that really don't, pretty bad there. I don't know if you can see it, really bad there. Not so good right there. And, you know, I just, luckily the wide body kit's gonna cover that, no problem. There's a little bit of a low spot right in here, but, well, it's not bothering me too bad. See a little bit of a, the line isn't quite perfect. Sorry about the shadow, but we have, if you look sideways at it, you can see a little bit up there where of the previous dent that was there. And sideways you can really see the one little bad spot there. So I'm always gonna show you the good, bad, and the ugly, guys. So I don't know, I think I did okay for not being a good at this. I mean, I didn't spend a whole lot of time on it, so other than the color. I think if it wasn't for the color, I'd be happy with it, but you can definitely see that that color is not so good, folks. Alright guys, super excited today. We have so much stuff to do. Wide body kit. Got all the stuff for the wide body kit for the green Challenger. I have to order another wide body kit if I like this one for the other Challenger, for the black Challenger. We got fenders for the black Challenger. We have parts everywhere, guys. We got so much stuff to do. We got our new front end piece right here for the structure. They sent two pieces. One of the pieces is actually broke. And Amazon, you know, so they, out of the two front bumpers, one of the pieces came broke, guys. But Amazon was very nice and said you don't have to send it back. So to me, it looks like where it's broke in that particular spot, we should be able to epoxy that, plastic weld it, be good to go, save us 150 bucks, guys. Hey, that's always good. I will put that one on the better car though, not on the black one because of the everything else. We have tons of work to do. Happy to have you with us. Let's get after it. Alright, let's get this, let's get these parts on here. They've been sitting off here long. Only problem is it's been a while. It's been tough to remember how these things go. I know this front bumper support bracket had to go on first. I know that for sure. We've got all the this is a little tab that fits in there. Just kind of pushes in. Try to push all of them or several of them at once. And it comes right out. It pushes right in there. Maybe for the headlight, I believe. Oh no, it might be for the fender. Alright, and then we had to put these little guys on there. Transfer those over from the other one. We put on the bumper or hood support adjustment on there, little rubber bushings. That should be all we have to do for now. Once we get everything put back in place, then we're just gonna weld this up and epoxy it before we put the headlights on. So yeah, before we do anything too much, we're gonna get these bolted on there, and then we're gonna get this epoxied and plastic welded. Take off this hood latch. We'll do these two little tabs here, and then pull it out until it's definitely bent a little bit. Okay, we're pulled out, so after we pull it out, then we want to get this little, give it a little slack and get this little ball out of there, so I can hold it like that. Kind of flop her out. And we're ready to put in the new one. So when we put in the new one, we want to keep it out of there first, because this hooks in here like that in this little empty spot. So put it in there first. Go around like that. Now to pull. And then go through the front and snappity snap. Pretty easy. Now we just have to bolt her on. This will be pretty exciting because we can see if the hood opens. Just have to figure out how you route this cable here. Alright, it's time to get the bolts here. Couple 10 millimeters. I'm actually pretty excited for this step because I want to see if this hood closes. If you remember on the video of this, the hood was sitting up from when we got it, just basically just hooked into this latch. It wouldn't hook into here because of you know, was bent. This was bent in so bad. All right, tighten her up. It has a little adjustment. See, it moves up and down, so we're just gonna have to play with it. I'm gonna put it right in the middle for now. When I'm putting stuff back together, I like using my less powerful electric ratchet because, you know, less chance of stripping something. Alright, here goes nothing. Alright, before I try to slam her shut, let's take a look. Oh, hey, look at there, guys. I think it might just shut. Yeah. Looks like it's fairly lined up now. Alright, let's give her a shot. Hey, hey! Success! Love it. Alright, now we gotta look at our hood lines. We definitely are jammed up a little bit there. And jammed up a bit here, so let's see if we can adjust these little. Oh, we gotta do the hood pop. Let's hopefully the hood pop works, but I guess we can. All right. It works nice. Okay, let's see if we can tighten these bad boys at all. This one was really tall. We just screw these things in, little bumpers. This one is really not loving life here. It was hard to get on to start with. Okay, let's see. Yeah, that bumper is not wanting to go in anymore. I'm gonna have to give it a little bit to have a little bit more fun with it. See if I can't get it to go down a little more. Uh-oh. That didn't feel good. Yeah, she's not going in there very well, guys. Might have to get ourselves a new one of these rubber things. This one is not cooperating. Okay, well that's not expensive. See if the other side went down better. You know, it's not too horrible if I push it down a little bit. A little low. Still have to, we had some, little bit of some dents in here, so we have to try to maybe bend that out a bit. This side's a little, needs to be bent a little bit, I think, but get her down a little bit. Yeah, you know, it's gonna be able to make it work though. I bent this dent out here, as you can see. Looks a little better. There was a decent sized dent right there when we started, so. All right, coming along, excited. I think we need to adjust the latch down a little bit, as you can see. Should be about right there when it latches. So. Alright, much better, guys. Much better. Don't have any of that play. Our gaps are looking a little nicer right there. There's a little bit of bendage to do here. And I think this will go in a little bit. Yeah, this will go in a little bit. So. It's probably not going to be perfect, guys, but we're gonna keep plugging away and get it done as good as we can. Alright guys, let's show you the progress so far. So you just seen me put on this hood latch. I did notice that I had a little bit more play left right, because I noticed when I popped the hood that it kind of jolted to the left. So I moved this over to the left to get this lined up a little better. Now I even have a little bit better gaps too. So what we had to do to start with is we had to put these little grommets in. They're kind of hard to get in, the little new bumpers. We had these bolt here, 13 millimeter. It goes underneath the fender into these little tabs. So if you're trying to take one of these off, realize you have these little tabs that are stuck in the way. We still have to plastic weld this and epoxy it. So behind here you have a crash sensor. I believe it's a crash sensor that goes to this bolt right here. So don't forget that when you're putting things back together. I had to figure out how this stuff is wired. So this goes up here, hooks to there, up to your horn and both sides of your horn. This, I'm guessing, hooks to this back side of that someplace. And then a couple little push pins go here. I didn't have a good reference on my own video, so I figured, and then screw there, and then this is gonna route somewhere in here. Haven't figured out that yet, and we're gonna take that K&N filter off and clean it before we put the front bumper on. I think this, obviously you can do it without doing that, but boy, it'll be a lot easier without doing that. All right, now what we're gonna do is we're gonna get to the plastic welding. All right, let's do some plastic welding here. Get it lined up best we can here. Make sure it's in its where it broke, the grooves where it broke. Got this little guy there. Some vice grips, and that actually looks pretty darn good. I think we're pretty well lined up. So what we have is we have this little guy here. This little guy here puts these little guys in the little tips. They're, I don't know what they're called, little rod things. So basically this heats the little electrode up and it melts into the plastic. And the other way to do the plastic welding is to use a hot knife, and to get the hot knife really hot and to just kind of melt it together. I'm going to use this way today with epoxy, and it should be good to go. Okay, so we got our little, you can see as I push the button, it'll get red hot. So I'm pushing the button, see how hot that gets? So that's what's going to happen. It's going to get red hot, and then it's going to melt right into the piece. You don't want to push too far. Depending on how thick the plastic is, you can push right through it very easily. Okay, we let it cool for a minute before you pull out, because if you pull out right away, it'll pull it right off because it's still too hot. Alright, she's in there. Works pretty good, doesn't it? So then what we do is we go back and then we cut off the little tabs with the little cutting tool that comes with it. By the way, the cutting tool that comes with it, the little snippers, do not work. Maybe the one you buy might, but the one I bought, they're too cheap. I had to buy, use your nicer set if you have one, or buy a nicer set. Or just struggle with it until you get them off. But yeah, that's the idea. We'll get the rest done. I want to do a couple on the bottom and a couple more on the top, and then epoxy the crud out of it. We're good to go to take our vice grips off now. Should hold it in place, that one little spot, weld spot. Yep. Looks like it stayed aligned pretty good too. This was a cheap little guy I bought on eBay or Amazon, I can't remember. It was not expensive. Comes in handy though. Really handy. Tried to take it off too soon there, like I was telling you not to. And you know what? I'm guessing this plastic isn't the best to breathe. I've always thought about that, you know, when you're doing this. It would probably be a good idea to wear some protection for your lungs. You don't want to breathe in all this garbage. Who even knows what they use in this stuff. Okay. You could probably do that. Yeah, that should work. Alright, got that one in the front. So this comes with different little, so for flat surfaces, also you got the other style for corners here, like corners. So I'm going to try one of these corner ones, like right in here, as long as it's not going to get in the way of the headlight. Alright, I think that's going to work out pretty good. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put super glue on it to start with, because super glue is so thin and I think it'll seep down the joints really nice. And then after the super glue dries, I'll come back and epoxy it very, very good. Okay, going to cut these off with my good cutters. Cut them off as close as possible. I want to wear some eye protection for this. These things fly everywhere. That one almost hit me. Close your eyes. Jeepers. These things go flying. Alright, I mean, you can see it's already a lot stronger. I mean, I wouldn't want to do it without using the epoxy with it though. I think use it with the welder and the epoxy, and I think you have a pretty nice little fix. The super glue first. Make sure I can get on all these small little cracks. I think that'll help. I don't know. Or not. I don't know. Alright, epoxy it later. After my super glue dries. JB Weld Quick Weld is what I'm using. Like that dries pretty darn fast. One nice thing about having epoxy around too is it doesn't really go bad because the two parts aren't mixed together. Sometimes when you have other glues or sealants around, you open the lid and they just dry out and everything. Epoxies pretty much don't. Okay. Nice. Here to work. Yeah, we got blinkers. Definitely one of those things you want to test now because I'm going to take that bumper back off again. All right. Okay, we got this, doesn't even say what it's called on the actual part itself, but bumper spacer, I don't know. But actually maybe before I put this on, I better put the radiator supports on, huh? That'd be a good idea. Okay, it goes down in there. Fits in these little grommets right there, like you see me taking out. We got that slide, then that slides under here. Put more grommets, push pins, Christmas trees, whatever you want to call them. We got a plug here. This plug has been there's something in there. I don't think that's a crash sensor. I think it's an impossible extra accessory that could be there. That's what I think that is. Let's see. I guess you can turn it on. See, yeah. No, it does have pins in it. So this is something. Temperature sensor maybe? I don't know, I gotta look and see if I can find, this tab is broke. So I have to see if I can find that tab. Well, this little tab is broke to whatever this sensor is. So I need to see if I can find this tab to figure out where that goes. Hopefully it's still attached to something. Oh yeah. Yeah, it definitely goes right here. I'm thinking that's what this part's for. Worst case, we just epoxy it in there. So right here, see, right there. Epoxy it in if we need to. That's good, figured that out. Yep, definitely goes there. Now this one, I do not know where this one goes. Probably goes to the fog lights. So if I put a push pin in there, it will stay. So put a push pin and a little glue, and it's not gonna go anywhere. Christmas tree. Too big. Too little. I think that one will do the trick. Maybe. Oh yeah. We'll put a little glue on the surface area here. That way it won't just have the edge. Then somebody can still get this bad boy off of there someday. They need to replace it. Just put a little dab up here so that way it keeps it in place. Won't be hard to break that loose if you ever had to replace it. So. Nice. That'll work. And we'll plug in our lights first before we get too crazy. Snappy snap. I did mess with this and get this back in there better. Almost pulled it out in the initial video, if you remember. Didn't know how it came apart, so. And I like the way this bumper fits on there. It makes for a tight fit. Good job, Dodge. Good design. Well, plenty of things that we can talk about when we talk about these companies and what they do, but you know, they do something we like, give them credit to, you know. And you know, have you noticed that everybody complains about all these new cars and everything and this, that, and the other thing, and I wish I had my old blah blah blah. Have you gotten in like a 1990s car here lately? And then you go drive your newer car, you're like, yeah, they've made some improvements, so it's always easy to say that, but then you go back and you get into one that, like, oh yeah, there has been a few creature comforts added there. So there's a lot of niceties. People say that a lot for diesel trucks too. You know, the newer ones have so much more power than the older ones had. Man. Well, if you've watched the other video, you know how bad this thing was hit. In fact, the color match looks a lot better from the back to the door, doesn't it? So, but yeah, it's amazing how well this bumper fits from how much that was munched back there. But yeah, she's in there looking nice. Let's just keep plugging away. Okay guys, just want to show you this if you're watching, if you didn't watch the other video. So the one thing that we struggled at is took us a minute to find these little screws back here. So basically, then they're covered up with a little side tab here. So you just pop that out. It's two little clips there, and then you pull it up, and it pulls up and around, so that way, that's how you get it off. It actually sits on there pretty nice. So we got that in there, so pop that in, Go to the other side, find the other little guy somewhere in the... Anyways, you get the idea. Alright, let's keep getting her put back together. There's a little groove right here that pops into a little like push pin type deal, and then you got 2 screws that hook into here and here. You can't really see what you're doing, but you can get your screw. This hole you can see. Alright. These little plastic doohickeys, you can just do them by hand, but they do give you the option if you had to put a socket on it. Oh, kind of a funny deal. They had a Shrek license plate on this guy, with that stuff being green. It's kind of funny there. All right. The electrical connector is back here. It fits through the frame too, and then you unclip it from there. It makes it easy. Got her. Then there are some underside clips too, but we're going to do the underside clips when we get it up in the air, along with the front bumper, so we only have to lift it one time. Got these little clips down here. So if you can't get lined up just right, take your center one if you have several, and then put either something round in there that you can move it, but luckily my flathead fit in there, and then you can get it to move over so you can do the 2 outer edges. Then you should be able to go back and do the middle one. Alright. See how it looks. Not too bad. A little bit of a bigger gap. Well, it's not that bad. It was worse before. It's actually looking pretty good, guys. Little bit of a bigger gap here, but nothing worth even worrying about. A little tighter here, but nothing worth worrying about on this car. This isn't going to be a showpiece by any means. It's going to be a fun, nice looking driver car. So, all right. Now we can get started on the part we've all been waiting for. The wide body kit. I'm excited for this. This could be fun, guys. This could be a disaster. And the only reason I say that, not because it's not going to look cool with a wide body kit. It's the sheer fact that you never know what you're getting when you order stuff sometimes like that off eBay. And you're like, oh, it might be good. Might be a piece of crap. Let's hope, folks. Let's hope it's good. try to put this stuff down. That way we give ourselves half a chance of not scratching it too bad. You notice I didn't worry about that too much with the other bumpers because, quite frankly, they were already kind of scratched up pretty good, so I wasn't too worried about it. Alright, I bet you this thing doesn't come with instructions. Those little middle dividers should have to come out. They just keep the thing while in shipping from breaking. You know, they did ship it in a big box though, not folded, so I'll give them credit on that one. And if you're wondering why I chose to do this wide body kit, if you watch some of the other videos, we have a little bit of some crunchage on that wheel well and on the other wheel well that will, with a wide body kit, I think it'll make it look nice and kind of cover that up. And also the front bumper had a bunch of plastic pieces that were broke, and so I was going to have to buy 3 or 4 things that would have totaled $300, $400, $500 anyways. So the wide body kit ended up being about $600, and it came with the whole front and the wheel well, or the fender liners, not fender liners, not wheel wells. Anyways, the wide body kit, whatchamacallit, fender flares, and so it'd be worth it if this is a good kit. We'll see. It's got this big foam piece. I never took this big foam piece out of mine, so I'm thinking that might take the place of this big long front piece I had to order, so it'd be interesting if I don't need that for the black one. I could send back that big long black piece, but the problem is I think it's going to be kind of expensive one to ship. It's a big box, so it may not even be worth it. Yeah, I think it goes like that, maybe, or something like that. Well, it looks like it's all in one piece. That's good. You do not see any instructions, of course. I guess I didn't inspect any instructions. Alright guys, it's going to take me quite a while to put this sole bumper together, so I'll save you from having to watch every second of it, so we'll catch you on the flip side. show you what I had to do to put it together, and we'll see how she looks. Thanks for watching. Okay guys, I'm struggling. I'm trying to figure out how to do things. I just want to show you something real quick. I just figured out, you guys may have already figured this out, but you have this little push pin here, which you just kind of hammer it out, and then it hits your little guy, take it off, and you got her out of there. So makes it nice instead of having to struggle with it like we've had to do before. Just like that. Works pretty slick. Of course, can't reuse them, but. Alright guys, just realized this does not come with fog light brackets, so I guess I'm gonna have to figure out how to make either the fog lights work or not have fog lights, so we'll figure it out and see if I come up with a good solution. Okay guys, we're gonna cut a hole for our fog light, just like that, and the round hole that'll stick in there, and then we're just gonna zip tie through these holes, and it'll still be able to have an adjustment, to be able to have the adjustment screw right there. So I think that just might work. We're gonna try it. Let's hope it does. Alright, not a thing of beauty by any means. Alright, let me show you how to do it better on the next one. Oh man. Okay, whatever you do, don't do what I just did. That did not work so well. But looks like I almost got it. I think I just finished it off with some I don't know, maybe if I put like a piece of wood over top of it. The problem is there wasn't anything good to drill in. That was the problem. But you know what? I had this plastic welder right here. I should have used that the whole time. Alright. This is a hot knife. This works pretty good for a lot of different things. Well, mostly for melting plastic, foam. Not hot enough yet. Okay, so if you do this at home, just take these little squares and cut them out with something. Get it to where you want it. Don't do what I just did. That was, I could have maybe got my hand. I could have broke the piece altogether. Not smart. Starting to melt. So sometimes being a crazy guy that just tries stuff, sometimes it's pretty good. Sometimes it's, well, slow down, think about things. Don't just go crazy. So we all have our pluses and minuses, and I'm not good at waiting. That's my minus. Should have just waited, thought about it. Thought, hey, what would be a good idea? This like got a hot knife right there. That'd work. Or just cutting it with anything really. All right, we got her now. unplug your hot knife. So this is the side that shows through, just so you know. So, okay, so let's see, we're like that. So we're gonna look at it. Man, I think that's gonna work good, guys. Just gonna go like that, throw some zip ties in through here, 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 and there. And I think it'll work pretty good. Well, it kind of looked as a, oh, it looks like crap, doesn't it, guys? No, it does not look good. Who predicted that at home? Yep, I could have probably figured that one out if I would have thought about it a little quicker. Will anybody see how bad it looks, is the question. I meant to get more center on too, not as far up as it is. So ugly, crappy, horrible looking, but you still have a fog light. Or nicer looking, no fog light. You choose. What would you do? What would you... Oh, I went through the wrong way that time. Didn't I? Yipper. Yipper. Alright. This is again one of this, try this at your own risk. Don't be a crash repair dummy like me. Unless you really have to have fog lights. I just, you know what I was thinking? I was thinking if I didn't even care about the fog lights that much. I was just thinking like every time I get in the car, is it going to say like replace fog light, you know? And you know how annoying that is. Okay, I think I got it a little bit more straight. Yeah, that looks a little better, doesn't it? Not great. It's not going anywhere. It's structurally sound. A little cosmetically challenged. Yeah. Yeah, you know, can't say ugly anymore, right? You say cosmetically challenged. At least it's not big boned like me. Alright. Don't learn any lessons off that one. Forget I ever did that, folks. I didn't do that. Somebody else did that. You know, I wonder if you can buy cause I know the wide bodies. The wide body kind of took the style off the HE double hockey sticks cat. Anyways, so the kitty cat. Anyways, I wonder if you could buy the bezels from that to fit in there for fog lights, huh? I guess I can look if these looks too horrible. You know, I thought, you know, if I ever get one of those HE double hockey sticks cat, I will name it the Heaven Cat. Oh yeah, the first Heaven Cat, baby. You know, and I figure it makes more sense anyways. You're in heaven, you got all that horsepower at your feet. I mean, you're feeling good, you got a nice car going down the road. To me, that name makes way more sense anyways. We are trying to make a family-friendly program here, so we're going to try not to use too many cuss words. Oh well, let's hope for 0. Let's go for 0. Not like we have, you know, everybody, you know, has their... Everybody can do what they kind of feel like doing. That's great. Just want everybody to be able to watch this, you know. I can't scare away my 2 subscribers. If you're hearing that, folks, you know, we're a new channel. We need all the help we can get. We need lots of help, folks. Help us out. Hit the like and subscribe button. We're just having fun. I keep saying we, I know, but I know you haven't seen too much of my partner, Robert. He'll be with us from time to time, not all the time. He's gonna mostly do the big mechanical stuff. If we need to do engines or transmissions, he'll be probably doing that. Although I can do that myself too, but that's just those big labor-intensive jobs. He's more of a professional. He's done it a lot. Well, we're not perfectly straight, but you know, I think it looks pretty decent, don't you? Doesn't look too bad. Yeah, it's tight too. You know what? It's not perfect, but hey, we still have fog lights. The goal is, and before, I'm gonna make sure these fog lights work. That may have been, but we can't change the bulb, so. We got 2 Harbor Freight items right here. Scissors. These aren't too bad. These are the cheapies, the ones that they basically give it to you. Hey, you shopped here today? Here you go. Have a free pair of scissors. I don't know. I think they're $2-3. These ones came in a kit. There's only $6 for these 3 pair of Quinn, one of their brands, and I'm liking these so far. Came with 3 different sets, so you know there is a lot of cheap stuff at Harbor Freight, but they're up in their game. They have a lot of nice tools, and so I'm liking them. You know, we have other, you know, people like all sorts of things. Like I have a lot of other brands. I know there's a lot of Snap-on people. You know, yeah, Snap-on's the best. I'll tell them. I'll say they're the best for sure. But you know, you gotta pay triple for the best. Is it worth it for you? You know, that's the question you gotta ask. So I can get by with spending a little less money and put more of that money in my pocket. That doesn't look too bad. You know, not great, not perfect, but it'll do. Now we still have fog lights, so. Alright, had to turn off the Overheat Pro. It was probably had been taping for maybe 8 minutes or so in a 60-degree shop. Might even be a bit chillier than that in here. It wasn't a real warm day today, so Not real sure, and I didn't even have the little base hooked up to it. I just had the normal base that uses the 2 prongs. So, you know, maybe I got a defective one from the factory. I don't know, accidentally, but hopefully we'll get our new camera here in a few days and we'll take this one back and we'll try another brand. Okay, all we have to do is drill these little rivets out. Really not too difficult. This side's missing a little prong that goes in. Luckily only one of them. But luckily there's 2 bolts that go right through there too, which I really like that Dodge did that. You know, extra security. So we're missing their prong on the other side. I already drilled this one out, drilled that one out, so that should come out now. And I guess we gotta do a little prying on it. 2 hands. I did find that the bigger drill bit, the bigger taper drill bit worked better. That one off. Well, we got it on there. It was not easy. But now we got to do is put the rivets on. So alright, go get some rivets. These are the rivets they gave me, which are kind of small. It worked though. Yeah, they worked. Definitely aren't as hard to use as the big ones. Putting stuff back together on this wide body kit. Well, putting it together to start with on this wide body kit. So I'm trying to figure out which holes are the ones I should be riveting there, and which ones are going to be going into the actual bumper, or the, not the bumper, but the fender liner. So I think I need to put one more rivet in here someplace, and then this is the side piece that's going to go into right there. So it's got a really big side marker that goes in there. So I just have to think that this piece goes in first, and then we use some type of a bolt or whatnot in these little 3 holes right there. There's no instructions on this stuff, so you just kind of have to figure it out as you go. So you're gonna go like this, hook into that little spot right there. I have the double-sided tape, so I don't want to just send it just yet. I want to make sure we're lined up. Goes into that little groove. So I'm gonna put it on there, and then guessing push pins, although I suppose I could I have some bigger rivets. I might be able to rivet it, but I don't think it's ever gonna have to come off of there. I don't know. I'll decide what I'm gonna do. Gotta get this last tab, make sure that little tab goes into the bottom there in the right spot before I stick that double-sided tape down. Alright folks, wish me luck. Okay guys, wide body kit's gonna go on nice. And you can't even see a little bit of that dimple that was there. In fact, maybe I'll put in a still of what it looked like before, right after this, so you can see what it looked like before. But you know, there's a little bit of a low spot there, but you can't even see it now. Man, this what a good fix here, and it's gonna look great too. Yeah, I could use to have the bigger wheels. You know, it's not gonna fill out the cavity, but you know, on our budget, it's gonna make it look really nice, and I'm pretty happy with it. I'm just gonna leave them like this, unpainted. I think they look pretty nice. I like the black look. I think it'll go good. So I'm gonna show you how to put this other piece on. Okay, so this is essentially the piece, just a smaller one. The bigger one looks exactly the same. They give you the two-sided 3M tape. I don't know if it's 3M, but then you have these little tabs that snap into there. So they snap into these little snaps right here. So, and then all you gotta do is just, you know, put your bolts, use self-tapping bolts onto here, and then just snap them in place. On that big piece, I think it would be easy enough to take the double-sided tape off and just tack. But what I did is I took it off once it was already on. So I'm not sure which would be the easiest way on this one. I'm sure probably either way would be fine. Borderline too far here, so it's gonna be a little bit of a struggle when we have to take the fender off, so just be careful, and I'll have to make sure I'm paying attention to that on the next one. Make sure don't get too far. It looks okay there, maybe a little short, so I'll see if I could have made up for that difference over there. I'm not gonna try moving it now. I got the tape and everything. But just little things you gotta look for. I should have been up a little bit higher there, so just, you know, probably want to start maybe just a teeny bit higher on the line than I did, because this has a little bit of play on each side. Alright, well, we'll keep plugging away. Alright, we got a fail here, folks. I have to make some more holes in my plastic bumper. But it's good that I noticed that before I clipped it in there. Just remember, if you never have failed, you've never tried. Don't be afraid to fail. Don't want to over tighten those ones on the plastic. You'll never. Your hole will be so big, and you gotta get a bigger screw. All right, let's see if we got. I think. We can make that work, guys. We will make that work. We are in. Now we just got to push down our tape there. Boy, it's a good thing I didn't get this any Well, I don't know how I did that, but I got a little bit of a gap here. How did I manage that, folks? Looks better now, but I don't think this double-sided tape is sticking. Yeah, so I did see on the other on the back of the other car where they have one of these kits that they have installed at one point or another. Because the double-sided tape seems to be sticking good there, but it's not sticking on this plastic very good at all. So I might have to use some glue on that and tape it. So we'll have to find something better. I did wash it. So I'm not sure. Yeah, that glue's doing nothing. It's like it's too far in on that one, isn't it? It's like it. Yep, I'm gonna have to add some. Gonna have to add some panel bond or something like that for that piece if it's gonna look good. I think putting a screw through it's gonna look not so great, so we'll have to get some glue. Some people glue these on anyways, don't even use that double-sided tape, so. Okay, I tried 2 layers of tape. See if that works. Better? I mean, it's not perfect. Do a little better on the next one. But she's on there. We'll see if she comes off. We'll have to put some epoxy on there. All right, doesn't look too bad. Yeah, I'm liking it. Alright, let's keep on working. We're not going to be able to do the rest of the bumper today. We're missing the... we'll try to get it ready and put some rivets in there. And then we're going to have... because we need the rest of this piece that goes all the way around here. It hooks to the front of the bumper, so... Alright, let's get after it. Alright, just thought I'd show you the before. We got the kind of bad spots here and a couple bad spots there. And let's put this guy on there. Okay guys, there's something I didn't pay attention to on the other side. So this is the side that is gonna go where I was a little bit off on the other side. So I need to know that I have to leave it like an 1/8 inch short of where I want it to be because this sits over an 1/8 inch. So this time I'll go ahead and do that and make it look better this time hopefully than I did the other side. Alright. Got this real low spot here. I'm gonna try not to put a screw there. That way it doesn't suck my piece in too bad, because it's not too low here. It's just low here, so I'm gonna try to avoid that spot if I can. You don't do what I just did, folks. Be careful. Oh, I guess the wide body kit's gonna cover right over that. I guess it's not that big of a deal. Still be careful. You don't want to chip your paint, even if it is underneath the wide body. You know, that's a good reminder. I need to order a magnetic bit driver set. That would sure be helpful in this case, wouldn't it? Crash repair dummy here, folks. Sorry you have to put up with me here. Try because I'm not pushing straight or something. I don't know what I'm doing here. What am I doing wrong here? Put it in the comments. Okay, I'm gonna wipe off this real quick. Some water. Well, I don't know how happy I'm in with the way I installed it, but it sure looks good now. Oh man. Boy, it came out nice. I mean, this line is nice and tight all the way in here. Don't see any of my bad paint work. Look at it. I think when I'm all done with this whole kit, I think I'm gonna put like a little bit of maybe epoxy at each little spot where these clips clip, just to give it a little bit better chance of it never coming off, because you wouldn't want this coming off on a highway or something. But I mean, it's pretty darn tight. It's not flopping around or nothing, which is good. Looks great though. I like it. So this is definitely the part where a professional comes in. This time I'm a teeny bit high instead of a teeny bit low like I was on the last time. Well, I don't know. It actually looks pretty perfect right there. Then it goes up a little bit. So maybe that's the whole deal. I don't know. Looking pretty good though. Sucked down right down on there real nice. Liking it. Alright, we're starting to have a nice looking car, guys. Getting excited to drive this sucker. Unfortunately, I gotta wait for another part. But, you know, that's the way this goes when you do this, is there's about 1 million parts you need, and trying to get every one of them here, and or remember to order the 1 million parts. So, alright. We'll keep plugging away. Thanks for joining us. Alright guys, not sure if you can see that or not very well, but not the best line. Unfortunately, because everything's not perfectly straight, I had to use a little bendage. A little bendage caused the other piece not to fit right. And kind of looks like crap now, but you know, this part looks great. Don't look down here, you can't see it. You can't see it. You can't see that. Yeah, I don't know. What are you gonna do? I'll blame it on the aftermarket. Aftermarket piece. It's all the aftermarket's fault. No, I think that one was my fault. Unfortunately. Bad body work leads to bad kit. I did use the double-sided Gorilla Tape that was really thick, a little bit thicker. Very sticky. Like that stuff. Except, what are you thinking, Gorilla Tape? You have it's the hardest thing in the world sometimes is to get off the two-sided tape, this top side, and you can't see it. It's freaking clear. Clear on clear, trying to get clear on clear off. Come on, Gorilla Tape. You got a good product here, but, you know, make it so we can get the stupid top off. See, that one was red, and the color of the material is gray. So, make it easier to use, please. Thank you. Just wanted to show you the paint color here compared to here is pretty good. So, you know, I was kind of getting upset at the paint store, thinking maybe the paint store gave me a bad formula, but you know, maybe it's just that door is just a bit different. Even this looks pretty good to here. It's just that door is a totally different shade. So, part of me's, I think I might get a like an edge guard for this, like, you know, you'd put on your door to guard your edge, and that'll take away your eye, so your eye won't be able to see the color to the color just right off. So it'll probably throw your eye off, so you'll be, I think that will probably work. So anyways, but it's coming along. It's looking about 1 million times better than what we got it, you know. It's kind of the way all my repairs go, isn't it? Like, oh, quickie repair looks pretty good, not perfect. Is that like, I say that almost every time, don't I? Quickie repair looks pretty good, not perfect. That should, I think I'm gonna have to make up t-shirts on that. It's pretty good, not perfect. I feel like I say that about 15 times in every video, so anyways. That's the way it's kind of going on this one, but look, you cannot see the little dent. There's a little dent right here. You cannot see that anymore. You definitely can't see the little bulge that I'll put the other little snippet of the other video so you can see that. But wow. You know, even though it's not, like I said, not perfect, I'm happy with that. That's gonna look sick, guys. It's looking nice. It's not gonna be a showpiece. Alright. I think we'll end the video on this for this time. We still have a lot more videoing to go. And what we're gonna do now, guys, is I'm a blessed guy, and I really have a hard time not sharing my... Okay, guys, it's about that time at the end of every video. We're gonna do a verse of the video, and feel free, if it's not for you, no problem. We love you. We love all of our watchers and listeners and all that stuff. So if the Bible verse isn't something that you want to hear, everybody has the free will to turn away, and we love you just the same. But today we're going to read John 3:16, and we've got our Bible app here, and it's on the New King James Version. And I probably ought to just... I don't know if that'll even focus. I think I'm going to have to use an actual Bible. Well, guys, we're going to have to get an actual Bible out next time, because it will not focus on John 3:16 on my phone for some reason. So, John 3:16, I'll read it. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. Isn't that amazing, guys? Well, thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe, and we'll see you on the next one. Okay, we're taking off these seat belts. Really hard to see. So it's right in there. I got the bolts out already. Now I just have to take that little bracket off the top, unhook the little orange thing, should pull straight out, and then that's what clips it. We took those out with a T50 and a little ratcheting 1/4 inch drive that I like for a Phillips head screw on top. That really helped get in the tight spot. I couldn't find a good way to get this off without having to remove the seat, and maybe there's a way, but I thought, well, I can fit in there, so I just was able to fit in there with my ratcheting electric ratcheting wrenches, and now we'll just have to pull her out, get this little airbag connector off. The little airbag connectors, this is like that on most airbag connectors. You pull that little tab up, releases it, then you just pull them straight out. Pretty easy. Alright, let's see if we can get her out of there. Alright, we got her. She's out of there. Alright, let's see if we can get her the rest of the way free. Okay, one more T50 right there. Okay, now we got to take the seat out. We have 4 bolts, 2 in the back. Hopefully your power seat's working. That is the pits when that is not working. And we'll get those 2 out, then take it all the way back and get the 2 front out, because get that buckle out, get that cylinder out, we got to take this whole seat out. So we'll get that done. Just enjoying some of this Colorado sun today. Beautiful day. Just need a little moisture. Been a dry winter. You guys in the East Coast got all the bad weather this year, I think. Okay, just want to always tell you, so if you're doing this at home, you can find the tools real quick. E-Torx E12. Right down in there. We'll get her taken off. Also on these seats, just make sure you don't worry about unplugging anything until after you get all your 4 bolts out. For one, you need the seat to move. For two, you don't need to, and then you have a lot more room to get these plugs off. So, oh look what we have under the seat. We have a sock. Oh great, I love socks. Gross. And some sunglasses. Made in China. They're never Oakley's, are they, folks? Of course. Alright, I'm gonna see if I can get this cylinder off without taking the seat all the way out of the car, which sure make it a lot nicer. Alright. Okay, let's see if I can get this bolt here. It's right there. Just the one bolt, the one airbag control right there. And there should be one other connector under the seat. Alright guys, more old guy selfie mode, less old guy selfie mode. I'm guessing less. Well, let me know. Alright, we got these seat belts out. I'll show you these seat belts here. Okay, so as you can see, like when the seat belt causes them to retract in a hurry, because this thing is all the way out on this one, and then on that one it doesn't show it out. So looks like they got the seat belt out of that one, so I'm not real sure. I know they obviously keep them from coming out, and just be careful. Try not to do what I did. I pulled a little hard on one of them and ruin the inside of the seatbelt connector, so hopefully the airbag guys can fix that as well. Okay guys, we're gonna try to do some airbag diagnosing. Well, I'm getting the everything sent out to be repaired, the seat belts and all that stuff. Well, what I want to do is just make sure that my ORC computer or airbag computer doesn't need to be reset as well. So it might need to be reset. I might be able to do that. It may not be able to be reset by my machine. It might need professionally reprogrammed or reset, or however they do it. But we have these little doohickeys here. What these are, these represent like 3 ohms or 2.5 ohms. So we can put these into the airbag system, and it's gonna think there's an airbag there, and that'll just be able to, so we can test the system. So I want to plug these into all 4 locations where I need to have that ohm signal, and see if I'm able to clear the airbag. If I'm able to clear the airbag, then that means when I get all my airbags back, that I'll be good to go. So I just need to put those in all my airbag spots like that, and then we will see if we're able to reset our airbag computer, or we'll be stuck having to take this center console out, which is not going to be fun, and send that out to be reprogrammed also. So let's give this a try. Okay guys, we got everything plugged in. We got everything plugged in down there, if you can even see that. And we got the other side plugged in. So let's get in the car. It's a little windy. And let's see what we got here. Oh man, it even has the wheel pusher inner. I don't know. I think that's probably what it's called, wheel pusher inner. Is that the proper term for that? It's still gonna have an airbag light because it's still gonna not, there's another plug-in on the seat belt that isn't able to be plugged in. So it's not gonna know that that's there, but so we went to body, controlled setting, ORC, airbag occupant restraint. We'll hit that. Let's go to treble codes first. Oh, well, that's good. Active and stored. So usually if it says stored, that means that it's not there anymore. So that's good. So active passenger seatbelt sensor open, active driver seatbelt sensor open. So those are because we don't have the seatbelts here and they have another connector that connects. But all the seatbelt ones are actually just stored now. So that means it doesn't see those anymore. So that's a good sign. Go to race codes. Okay, that is a really good sign. I think, let me double check here. We're going to do an all fault scan. So I might not have to reset anything because I guess none of the airbags actually popped. It was just the seat belts, tensioners and everything. So maybe we do not have to reset the airbag module. So let's check for codes here. We'll do an auto scan. See what comes up here. So we have a bunch of stored codes, which could have been from the battery issues. I haven't deleted anything yet. So the airbag telltale is the one I'm not sure about. It does say stored though. So I'm going to do a report because I just want to have everything on there just in case. And we have a lot of stuff unplugged too in the front bumper and rear bumper. So there are going to be codes that no matter what. Okay, save the report. Now let's just try a quick erase. Just hoping that airbag telltale one goes away. So I'm not sure what that one is. It might be just a generic airbag code that's on, but don't really know. Ooh, that's good. The instrument cluster before had that airbag telltale code, which I wasn't sure what it was. So I'm thinking it's just going to be left with the two seatbelt codes in the body control module and the occupant airbag module. So that is good news. So if you're wondering where I found those little 2.5 ohms, or they might be 2.7 ohm little things, I found them on eBay. You buy a kit of them and you get a bunch of them, and they're really nice at diagnosing things. So now I can feel pretty good about when I'm going to get those seat belts back, that we're going to be good to go. I'm not having to chase things later. Okay, so here's let's go to do another report now that we cleared codes. And so we want, these are the two codes we want. Okay, right signature lamp. Okay, left signature lamp. Yes, both of those are unplugged. That's in the rear, I think. And then we have all the park sensors in the rear unplugged right now. So that is good. I'm really happy with those codes. I think are good to go for just getting those repaired, and we should have a good working car with no airbag codes. So I am super happy with that, and I hope this little how-to helps. Mode someday, if that's what you prefer. Your advice would be helpful. Thank you. All right, guys, you ready for the finale? We got lots of parts to put on. We need to finish up everything, put this front bumper on, finish the wide body kit, take this thing on a nice test drive. I'm excited to get this thing off the shop, off the lift, and get this thing driving around and have some fun with you guys today. Let's go on. Let's take a little journey together and finish this sucker up. On the ride with us, guys. We're gonna do one more little launch here. Coming out, take the traction control off. We are in Super Track Pack. We're in launch mode. Make sure we're safe. That there's no cars within forever away from us. And we're ready. Pretty much spun out through all the first gear. Stay tuned to the end of the video, and you can see the 0 to 60 time. All right, Crash, I'm closing the window. Get your head and arm out of there. Oh no, the auto up and down. Stop! Oh no, the auto! Ah, get it! Oh no! All right, I'm trying to push the button. Oh no! Ah, Crash, are you okay? Oh, Crash! Oh, he's all right, folks. Luckily, he's all right. Luckily, he's just a dummy. All right, let's close it now. Keep your hands out of there, Crash. He's mischievous, guys. Man, what was Crash doing? That guy's mischievous. Man, that auto up and down, that gets you sometimes, doesn't it? It really got Crash. Okay, guys. First thing I'm going to do is, because I don't want to fight this, I want to fight these wheels and wheel wells and everything to get around, to get to the back side of these bolts for the bumper. I'm going to remove the wheels and wheel wells. That'll be so much easier. I'll just start with the wheels and then all these fasteners. Okay, guys, we're going to be showing you mostly from this wheel. We don't need to show you both sides. So it looks like there's a wheel lock on there. Yeah, hopefully there's a wheel lock in the car that we can use. But I do have a nice little wheel lock kit I got from the old Harbor Freight. And I'll just get that out and get these wheel locks off. Alright, guys, Maddox wheel lock kit has pretty much most everything you need. I have come across a few that weren't in here when I needed something one time, but you know, some of the wheel locks are, you know, specific to each car. Each set has their own lock, which is pretty annoying when you need to try to buy one. So then you just have to pound them out. It just makes it annoying. But this little set's pretty nice. I'm looking forward to getting this project done, because a lot of times I don't clean up too much until I'm done with the project. So man, I need to clean up bad. So There she is. All right, let's get this bumper on. Okay, guys, we're hitting on these little stupid things right here. Okay, we're hitting on these little side things. I already modified them, but they're really not doing anything at this point, so I'm just gonna rip them off of there. Alright. Alright, got my fog light plugged in. Fog light. Alright. Okay, I was fighting it a little bit. There was a clip that went in right there that was really getting me. I was able to snap them all in. Now I just have a bolt right there to put in. A bolt the back side of here that I can never show you. And then one bolt up here. So yeah. How does it look? My crappy little fog light job. Yeah. Don't think I'd recommend my fog light job like you've seen in one of the shorts or seen one of the videos. Not too sweet. At least they're pointed down. I'll give them that much. At least they're pointed down. Okay, guys, I got this this wide body kit. We got the front screws in it. The back screws just kind of flops around. It's like, where are you supposed to hook that to? Well, I wish these things just don't come with instruction, guys. You just kind of gotta make them work, and it's not always the best. I mean, is there supposed to be another under tray that this car does not have? Could be. I guess we'll just do some zip ties. We zip tie here to here. And try to zip tie maybe over there too. I'm not sure. Alright, well, we'll make it work and then tie up this fog light wire. So, alright, well, let's see. She's looking okay though. Looking pretty good on the upper side. So, you know, pluses and minuses. Tuck this stuff out of the way here. Also make sure I get a zip tie or two on it because it's just going to want to fall down again. Well, I'd rather it not touch the radiator too, so maybe I'll try to zip tie it out of the way here in the front somewhere. That would be better. Yeah, right here it'll work. So this is what happens when you buy aftermarket stuff. Generally stuff like this happens. Now, that being said, this might be just because I don't have the under tray. So I would imagine it may have happened either way, so I'm not sure. Okay, we're gonna put on that new rear diffuser with the new rear lights or deflectors. I think they're, can't remember if they're lights or deflectors. So anyways, we're gonna see. I'm hoping we can get this off of there without having to remove the bumper. Yeah, it looks like it just snaps on. Yeah. Alright, well, let's get her taken off here. Definitely would have been a lot easier getting this off when it was on the ground, that's for sure. Wish I would have remembered that. Okay, let me show you what's holding this rear diffuser on there. I don't know if this is called diffuser, but the rear back balance. Yeah, balance it says. And then the diffuser goes on the back. But so little clips right there, the little sucky ones that you have to kind of pop out and break them. These little going to the side, they clip all the way around. You have to unplug your rear sensors if your car came equipped with the rear sensors. And just these little clips kind of push down or up, one or the other, depending on what you're pushing on. And then just another little clip. So not too hard. Now we just have to transfer all these sensors over to the other one. Let's see what the other one looks like. A lot of times they'll make the holes available, and then they won't have a very good spot for the sensor. So let's hope this one has a good spot for the sensors. Alright guys, looks like there's a pretty neat little kit. Comes with the little plugs in case you didn't have sensors. And a screw, that's nice. So we do have nice sensor holes. And of course, a crash repair dummy channel not favorite. No instructions, folks. Could we get some instructions? Man, would it hurt somebody to have some instructions, you know? But sure, it's fairly self-explanatory. I'm sure even on the dummy channel, I'm sure we can figure it out. All right. Well, let's get putting this thing together. I'll just kind of show it to you when I'm done, because it's probably not going to be very camera worthy, but I think the piece looks pretty nice. Pretty happy with that. Originally I wanted to kind of go with a carbon fiber kit, the wide body kit, carbon fiber and everything, so I thought this would look pretty nice, but kind of glad I didn't, because I think this is a carbon fiber tape. Probably would look different. So the carbon fiber kit that I tried to order, the guy said it was only if you already had a HE double hockey sticks cat, or as I like to say it, heaven cat. Because you got so much horsepower, you're in heaven, baby. But so anyways, I just ended up having to get the regular black one because they wouldn't sell me that other one. So, which is good by them. Don't sell something that someone's just gonna return. All right, I'll put her together. Okay. One sensor out. I think you could probably put them in different positions. I'm sure you'd be totally fine. But I'm just going to put them in the same positions just to make sure. Nice. Good job on this kit. The sensors plug right in there. That's nice. Alright. How did it come out? Yeah? Sweet. That's awesome. And I was trying to make sure I orientated them the right way too, but you can't get it wrong with the way the clips are in here. Well, most people couldn't get it wrong. We could get it wrong. Sweet, that's awesome. I would think it would be better to get the diffuser on there first. I would have to think. Not sure. No instructions. Although these are the couple bolts that go in, I believe. Maybe. Who knows? We'll figure it out as we go. I think this would probably just snap in at the end. But would be easier to put on now. And these holes align together, except these don't align together. No, just wait. Alright, looks pretty nice. Let's get this bad boy installed. Or what is it? Murphy's Diesel. He says Bad Larry, right? Bad Larry. Hey, maybe we call it, instead of Bad Larry, what else we got? Bad Steve? Alright, Bad Steve. Let's put this Bad Steve up there. I don't know. Not a big Bad Steve. I don't think Bad Steve. Sorry if there's any Steves watching. I apologize for that. Oh, and I forgot to put the reflector on. We got to put this little reflector on. Let me go find it in one of these 1,000 boxes I have sitting over there. Alright, found them. Let's put these bad boys on there. I don't want to offend anybody named Larry. What if there's a Larry out there and it's like, hey, I'm not bad. I don't want to call it a Bad Larry and then, it's like, no, I'm a good Larry. So, no, let's just call it Bad Boy. Bad Steve, there might be, who knows? There might be some good Steves out there. Well, I've known a lot of good Steves, so, I don't want to offend the good Steves out there. So it looks like these little reflectors, they have this weird little guy that it goes through there, but I am a little leery about that just popping off. So I just put a dab of super glue there. That way you do not have to worry about it coming off, and because this isn't exactly super tight by any means, and this piece might be a little bit thicker than maybe the factory one. So I just put a couple dabs of super glue and it makes me feel a little bit better about it not coming out. This isn't like a light or anything. It never has to come out of here. So chances are if this thing gets smashed, then chances are that whole bumper needs replaced. So a little glue ain't gonna hurt nothing. Although this was my first I was thinking about doing a wing and having a little fun, but didn't do the wing, so hey, we have a little fun with the diffuser here. Okay. We have all of our little guys in there. All of our little sensors. And just ready to put it back on. Kind of tough to get all these. Maybe I'll get them all plugged in first. That might be easier. Okay guys, that is the way to do it. Boy, it looks nice too. Really nice. So you start in the middle and make your way out. This also has kind of a redesign on this piece compared to the original. So the original piece went all the way over, and then it clips here, which was kind of hard to get off without bending the cred out of it. This one stops right here and then has another piece. So that is the ticket. That was a really good redesign. They thought this piece out when they made it. Gotta give credit where credit's due. Liking it so far. Not done yet though. Okay, looks like this one will be right here. We'll slide it in there first, it looks like. Up through there. Yep. Just like that. There's a couple screw holes on the back side of this. Dang it! Ah! That piece up here came off. Well, we'll fix it later. There we go. Now it's inside there now. Should be able to fix that. I really don't like the way the bottom ones here on the wide body kit, they don't want to stick. I already have 2 pieces of tape on it because it sits a little too high. So, not my favorite. Okay, let's do the same. Those are open, so I'm not gonna. Okay. Sweet. Nice. Nice. Looking good, guys. All right, looking nice. Looking real nice. I don't know. I think I'm gonna take this back off and maybe add a little glue to that. All right. Looking good. Need to tighten that one a skosh more. All right. It's like I already put a little glue there. I don't know. So don't worry about these coming off on the highway. So I was just thinking about putting some black silicone RTV on these little gaps, because I really don't want this coming off on the highway, guys, and you know, it is an aftermarket piece here, so it's not ideal. So I think when we're all done, I think I'm going to go back through and RTV them. I want it to still look nice, so I think I can make it look nice and still do it. So I think that's the plan. All right, guys, got the fender liners in. Got a bunch of more push pins put in. One right here, here, and here, and here. I guess we should see if realistically, hopefully, we won't have to open up that hood again if it closes good this time. So I guess we can see if it's going to close. Well, it closed. You can see a little bit of a smiley face here where I did, where it was dented there previously. So it's not perfect. I mean, I might be able to get that out a little bit more. Might be one of those things where I'm just going to make it worse. So you can see, kind of pops up here a little bit on this side too. Aftermarket piece. So, but you know what? It is up. It's up a little bit here too, though, isn't it, guys? Well, I need to mess. Maybe I can mess with the. Might need to mess with the alignment of everything too. So of those little doohickeys, but should be good enough to get us a nice little test drive. Nice. I'm happy with that. You know, guys, I didn't build this channel, or is that good English? I didn't make this channel because I wanted to appeal to everybody that was wanted the exactly most perfect muscle car in the world. What I wanted to do with this channel is I want to just show you you can get it back on the road and make it look halfway decent and have a nice driver. So maybe someday we'll build one that's gonna be, and we have a little bit higher budget, and maybe we'll have a professional painter and bodywork guy and get everything just perfect. But as of right now, we don't have the budget for that. We have the budget to make them pretty decent and to be pretty, have something that you can drive around and feel good about, but then also not have to break the bank. And also, guys, stay tuned to the end of this video because I'm going to put on the facts and figures of how much this cost us to do and what we think it's worth. So that should be interesting because I did spend a lot of money on this one. I really don't even know how much it's going to cost me at the end at this point. I might be a bit shocked at how much money I spent. So, but I'm liking the wide body kit. The front looks pretty good. You know, the fog lights, yeah, don't do what I did on the fog lights. And all I have left is just that one little wide body piece on each side to do. And let's hope I'll be happy. And I'm going to glue. We're going to glue a lot more on those wide body panels, especially in the rear, because, you know, that's going to go flying off, I guarantee you. If I let it sit how it is right now, it's just going to go flying. So, all right. We're going to take a little break and we'll get back after it. All right, guys. All we have left are the seat belts and the doing the wide body on this front. Let's get after it. All right. If you've seen the last one of these where I did the wide body kit and also some of the shorts, I needed the magnetic bit driver, and you know, believe it or not, I had several of them laying around, but I forgot to, you know, that I had them sitting around and just got in a hurry. But that's what I needed the whole time. Now, what the best thing to do would be to pre-drill the hole, then go in, and then it'd be really easy. Well, let's try a couple of these with the magnetic and see how that works. If that doesn't work, we'll start pre-drilling. That did work better, but I think pre-drilling is going to be the way to go. Just going to put 3 on to start with, and then make sure that it's looking good on the with the piece on there. You got a pre-drill. It's nice to have 2 drills, that way you don't have to. Alright, let's try it. Make sure it's looking good. Okay. No. Dang it. Needs to go up a good half inch or so. Thought I seen that. Well, what I'll just do to make it simple is I'll pre-drill a hole half inch up on each one. And that should work out. I do have to be smart and use the same holes I just used and move them half an inch over. Alright, try skin here. Okay, that will work. Well, amazing, a little planning and a little using your head and using the drill and having the right bit sure helps. Okay, this is either aftermarket crap or it's the fact that this fender is not perfectly straight to begin with, but even with it loosened, I really have to get a decent amount. So the double-sided tape ain't gonna do nothing. So I'm guessing I either need to, I don't know, if I start sanding stuff, it's gonna make more of a mess since I don't know what I'm doing. So, or glue. Is glue gonna be strong enough to hold it is the question, because that's quite a bit of pressure on it. Or one screw. I wonder if you can even reshape it a little bit by heating up the area it's got to flex at. I don't know. I'm going to do the other side. I'm going to do the other side and see if it does the same thing on the other side. Alright. I mean, it's going to look good though. Just going to have to figure out how we're going to get it sitting right, because not working too good now, that's for sure. I'm guessing we're gonna have to probably use the double-sided tape up until this little line here where it kind of has the little divot. And then we'll glue that little top part and let it sit. That'll be my guess here. So you can't tell me that both sides were messed up. Bad design, guys. But if the glue is strong enough, even right here doesn't really. Oh well. Maybe that'll fix it with a double-sided tape. I'm not sure, but yeah. Unfortunately. Alright, well that's it for this evening. We're gonna have to go get some glue. We weren't planning on doing that. But, you know, aftermarket stuff. You gotta make it work though. Too much invested in it now. Thanks for watching. Alright guys. Got our options for the gluing the wide body kit on. We have the auto weld, which that's gonna be first choice. And then I guess that's really the only choice. Try that. If not, I guess we have to do the old self tappers and paint them black, which I really don't want to do. So hopefully this auto welder will hold, and we'll give it a try. It's supposed to be self-mixing with this little doodad there. All right, well we'll get after it here. All right, we got this piece is ready over here. I took a little bit of sandpaper and I sanded this edge down a little bit. That way it'd have something to bite to. Put this tape here so that way my epoxy might stay in there and not fall out before it dries. It's only supposed to take 6 minutes to dry. That may be an unnecessary step, but I'm going to do it anyways. So I got the mixing thing on there, so supposedly it mixes itself, which will be kind of nice. So I got to be kind of quick with this. I already put my tape, my new piece of tape on the side of there. And we're just going to try one at a time. I was going to do more because these little straws are one-time use, but unfortunately I need to try one, make sure it works, so don't want to go crazy and then find out it doesn't work. So alright. Okay, better get some tack tape ready because I'm not going to have another set of, I'm going to have to keep pressure on this. I'm not going to be able to let it move. So I'm just going to take a bunch of strips, put it somewhere where I can grab it easy. I'm going to have to tape the crud out of this thing because I did a trial last night and it came loose after I don't know how long, so I can't risk this sucker coming loose before it's cured. It's supposed to cure in 1 hour, which is pretty amazing, but unfortunately, I'll have to just let the epoxy dry even onto this, so because I'm not going to be able to take it loose, not while it's wet. So hopefully I don't make too big of a mess. Wish me luck. Really doubt this is going to work. There's not much surface area. I'm kind of Unfortunately, I think plan B is probably gonna have to work, unfortunately. Okay guys, while I'm waiting for this other to dry, I gotta decide how I'm gonna fix this spot. There's on both sides it looks like that. There's no way to get it to stick. So too much curve. So I'm wondering, I don't know if you can see this spot. This spot's supposed to tuck under here, but I fought that when I was doing this bumper, and I couldn't get it to go no matter what I tried, so it just is what it is. So I could either put a little screw at the bottom, which I'm kind of leaning towards putting a screw right there, paint it black. You won't see that. You won't see that spot really at all, so I think that's not a bad spot for a screw and to save me the trouble. It's not going anywhere. It's hooked back here with a couple rivets. So it's not going anywhere, and it's kind of hooked into the light a little bit. So I think screw might be easier on this one. Or I could take some more epoxy if it actually works. We haven't found out if it works yet. And I just don't know. Just thinking a screw would be easier on this one. Yeah, I think I'll just do a screw on this one. It's not going to look perfect anyways. It's aftermarket stuff along with my fog light improvements. So I'll make it look better. So see, same thing here, just not as bad. I don't think this is gonna work, guys. I mean, the problem is there's only the teeniest tiny lip in order for the glue to hold. It's just not enough. It's not enough surface area to so it's just that teeny tiny it's just that teeny tiny little lip right there for glue to hold. I put some glue in there too, but it may not even hit. It might just be hitting that, so I just don't think it's gonna work. I think I'm gonna be stuck with the stupid screws in it. The only thing is I'll try to make it look even on both sides. And on all the top, if I do it, I'll make sure they're evenly spaced, like one in the middle, one, and like I'll put 3 and try to make it look like I did it on purpose so that it looks halfway decent. But yeah, you know, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, sometimes you break even. I don't know what I've done so far, but we'll try to figure it out. Okay, those don't look too bad, huh? Yeah, I think we can do those, and they just go in where the push pins are. Yeah, I like that. Well, guys, it kind of worked. It kind of didn't work. So, could I mess around with a little bit more glue and glue this edge here? Yeah, but just it's gonna look like I caulked a bathtub, which isn't ideal, obviously. And then I could make it even look even worse than it does now. I think it's just gonna go for some screws, unfortunately. I mean, I might be able, maybe I should put a screw in it to hold it while the glue's drying. Then after the glue dries, take the screw out, and then you just have to put a little bit of the epoxy in the hole. That's another option. I don't know, I think a screw is gonna look better than a bad caulk job. Plus I need to put screws in other places too, so we're just gonna go for some screws. Kind of disappointing, but hey, I think it'll still look nice. So just make sure, we just have to paint these little screw heads. Alright guys, had to go the screw method. Oh man. So I ordered a set of these that are black off Amazon. So I will get the black ones and put those in place of those. So that should make that look a lot better. I thought take me a million years and I wouldn't make it look very good if I tried to paint each one of those. But it's on there, looking good. Well, as good as a crash repair dummy can be. And you know, I think a lot of it is first time putting one of these on, and a lot of it is aftermarket junk. So somewhere in between that point, you might, if you had more skills, and maybe these always come like that, maybe you just have to modify them and make them look nice yourself. So maybe that's just where a professional comes in, where he can, you know, dial it in and shave things down, sand things, you know, where I would have just made it look worse. So I just had to make do. But you know, she's on there. I still think it looks nice. I mean, do you think it looks absolutely horrible? Throw it in the trash, or do you like it? You know, I like it still. I think especially with the black, you know, self-tapping screws. They'll be stainless too. See, these I put on there weren't stainless, so I don't want them rusting. So I think it'll be nice. I just have the wheels to put on and the seat belts, and then should be ready to give her a nice little test drive. I'm excited. Get her on the road, see what she can do. But wash her, give her a nice bath, huh? She needs a good bath, doesn't she? All right. Well, we'll get back after it. We got our torque stick. So these are, the book says, or the internet says 130 foot-pounds. It seems like a lot for these wheels, but I looked it up several times. It says 130. So I'm going to put my torque stick up to 120, and then I'll finish it off with the torque wrench. Oh, and I can't wait to, this mess is just insane right now. Man, I can't believe this mess is so bad. We'll have time. We have to clean this sucker up because this is getting just out of control. Okay, guys. Got the seatbelts back in. We got Crash buckled up. And haven't hit the key yet. I do not know if the airbag coating will be gone or not. Let's check and see. I might have to delete it though. Hey, no airbag code. Yes. That's awesome. I truly did, that was the first time I started it. So that is good news. It sounds great. So let's go give her a rip. Holy cow. What? This thing must be tuned up or something, guys. Wow. This thing... I'm not even joking. This thing is ready to go. I'm wondering if they put a tuner on it or something. I didn't even have the Super Track Pack selected. Well, guys, it's been a long journey from the paint job we did, and from the all these seat belts and all the wide body kit fiascos, and man, I couldn't be happier though. This thing runs great. Really does run good. I didn't even know if it would shift out of second. So on here we activated launch mode, whatever that is. Guess we can use the paddle shifters if we want. This thing has some power. Also, you know, if you want to know, at the end of this video I was going to put all the facts and figures up, but just put in the comments if you want to know the facts and figures, how much we have into this car. I'll respond and put them in there. I just want to get this video out, so it's going to take me a bit to go through all the facts and figures, so I want to get this video out. So if you want to know the facts and figures, please let me know. Well, I'm going to take this thing through the car wash and man, this thing is fun. Well, guys, happy to have you with us here today. We got the car done. We have just one or two small little things to do yet, as far as put the black screws in when we get them. It has chrome screws in the wide body kit right now. Not ideal, but you know, it's gonna look good, and I had to. The wide body kit didn't fit right, so had to make sure it wasn't going to fly off, so that wouldn't be good. Alright, guys, This thing's running good so far. We're coming up to a stop sign on the highway. We're gonna see how fast we can get her going. This thing, I didn't even know how this thing would run, so I'm ecstatic. Super pleased. Alright, we got no traffic coming. Well, that was fun, but I don't think we had the traction control on. And I didn't turn the super track pack on, so I think we need to try that again. Suspension feels good since I moved that sway bar bushing into the right position. Evidently, when whatever they whacked caused the sway bar bushing to just pop out. It's never seen that before. Alright guys, you ready for a 0 to 60? Super track pack, activate launch mode, ready, set, go! Time! Man, that was fun, guys. That was fun. Be interesting seeing the video to see how fast we got, or see how fast that 0 to 60 was. We had a little bit of spin out to start with because there was a little bit of dust and debris on the side of the road. So, but yeah, fun car. I'm not gonna have time to take it on too long of a drive tonight because we have a little thing called evening coming and running out of daylight here. Thanks for coming along the ride with us, guys. We're gonna do one more little launch here. Coming out, take the traction control off. We are in super track pack. We're in launch mode. Make sure we're safe. That there's no cars within forever away from us. And we're ready. Pretty much spun out through all the first gear. It just doesn't get old, guys. Fun cars, fun cars. 5.7 Hemi doesn't disappoint. Just thankful that there wasn't any more problems with the car, so that we thankfully that run and drove great. When we got this car to auction, we didn't know if it would run and drive. It actually, I figured it wouldn't run and drive because you couldn't really see all the condition issues, you know, on the car when I first was messing with it. Or I mean, when I first bought it at auction. And because usually at the auction at Copart, they say if it runs and drives, or they don't say if it runs and drives. Well, they didn't say it ran and drives, so that usually means it doesn't run and drive. And because I couldn't really see much, you know, in the way of cosmetic defects, you know, I could see a little bit of that front end damaged, but really didn't look like much. And so I just figured, oh, it needs an engine, oh, it needs a transmission, something big that caused it to go to be salvaged. And so when I got it, all it needed was a jump. It was insane. Just needed a new battery and a jump. And that was just, you know, I was so happy about that. But then I started noticing the more condition issues that I, you know, I seen some of them, but I seen the big dent in the rear and all that stuff. But, you know, again, guys. Feel really blessed to be here. I have a done car. Something that I can be mostly proud of. Yeah, not everything came out perfect, but you know, if I would have done everything perfect, this car would not be affordable. You would not be able, this car would be way over budget. We would have outdone the cost of the car, you know, so it wasn't worth it to, you know, go to the professional extremes. For this car to be absolutely 100%, you know, perfect, we would have shot past our budget by, you know, I'm thinking the car's probably worth $13,000 or so, in that general range. I think, you know, the NADA, if it didn't have a salvage title, was, I think, about 17. So I really think this car, you know, will probably be in the 13 range, you know, now, because it's, you know, at best case being salvaged. So, you know, you knock off another $1,000 because it's not perfect. So you know, you got a $12,000 car. Yeah, or you just have a really nice, fun driver that you get to drive. But, you know, if you would have thought about having to replace both quarter panels, having to do all the stuff that we had to do to the car to get it going, all the front end stuff, I mean, we would have had 25 grand into the car after we had somebody paint it and do all the stuff we did. And so I'm sure we kept it under the, you know, $2,000 range. I bet you we kept it under the $2,000 range. We paid in the $6,000 to $7,000 range. I mean, I put a lot of time and effort into it, so, you know, that would have cost me a lot of money, obviously. But, you know, me, I'm probably in the car about $8,500, and so should be a good day for me when I sell this, hopefully. And that's what it's all about. I just want to show you guys that with a little elbow grease, a little hard work, you can have a nice, you know, driver. You don't have to go to the body shop and, you know, they tell you it's gonna cost $2,000 just to paint a fender. I know that's probably a little extreme, but, you know, it's crazy expensive what the body shops are charging nowadays. And you just can't, it's just hard to even do that. And then, you know, especially if maybe the accident was your fault, or, you know, you ran into something, or you were having too much fun with a super track pack, and you have to fix it yourself. And you can do some of these things. You can get painted to match, you know, fenders. We didn't do that this time, but we're going to show you on that black car, you know, how you can paint your own fenders with that. Where are you going to use that little paint booth, the little spray? Well, if we can have some decent weather, because it gets windy, one of those little inflatable paint booths ain't going to be too good. But, you know, we're just want to show you, even though I'm not a crash repair expert, I've been, you know, fixing things for a long time and making things look a little bit better so that they're at least sellable, or they're at least drivable. And that's what you can do yourself too. You don't have to, you know, spend the big, huge dollars. You can go get the spray cans at your local paint store. You can buy the materials for under a couple $100 that, you know, and make it look better. Yeah, you're probably not going to be as good as the guy that does it every day, but who is? You know, you might totally botch your first attempt. So you might have to watch a few more YouTube videos. You might have to buy a little bit more paint. But I guarantee you by the second or third time, you're going to probably have something that you're halfway satisfied with. You know, at least I would hope. You know, that's the whole idea. And you grow and you get better. I mean, I guess every now and then there's a person that just really is just not great with the, you know, mechanical stuff, or not great with the painting stuff, and maybe they just really just cannot do it. But I think for the most part, the biggie is just time. And I know it's hard for people to find time nowadays, but if you have a little bit of time, you'll be able to save a lot of money. And that's my whole goal of this channel: save you money, show you some tips, and learn along with me. Have some fun, see what kind of mischief Crash will get into. Let me know in the comments. I'm thinking about maybe doing a Bronco or a Jeep Wrangler. Let me know, is that something that interests you guys? Because we have a lot of places to Jeep around here. We're gonna be doing side-by-sides. Let me know, do you like side-by-sides? Should I include that in one of our videos? We're gonna do, you know, some fishing, some boating. Do you like fishing? Do you like boating? Bad idea, boating. I don't know. I just figure at the end of some of these videos, or we're just gonna do some different things. See what you guys like. This car is fun, guys. It is fun. It's not super loud, but it's got a nice sound. But gotta love an old V8 and a muscle car. Alright guys, here's the reveal. Sounds great. You know, I think once we replace those screws with black screws, it'll look a lot better. Yeah, no, I shouldn't have put screws in them, but it's what we had to do this time. And you know what? I think it looks pretty darn good, even with the screws. Liking the wide body kit. It's running great. I mean, I'm kind of liking the wide body kit. I mean, it does look nice. With that, if we didn't have the screws on there, I would say I was really liking it. But see, we got our color difference. Quite a big color difference. I still think a door guard would help. I bought one on eBay, but it was garbage. Just garbage. I need to buy a better door guard. I think it would fit on there and kind of take away the color difference. You can see the color difference from the back bumper too, can't you? Not as much on the back. Not as much there. But like the spoiler, need to clean up around it. Got a few little marks but yeah, nice little carbon fiber spoiler. Sounds great. I'm almost wondering if I think this RT, this little wing here needs clear coated. It's pretty dull. All right, looking pretty nice. Not perfect. So like I always say in every video, we made it. We got her done. It's gonna be a nice driver for me or somebody else, and it's not gonna be a trailer queen. I get out there, romp on it, have fun with it, and it's gonna look good in the process. It doesn't look perfect, but those wheels came out a little nicer than I figured they would be, huh? Thought they were a little bit more scraped up. Few scrapes. Oh, that's a pretty good scrape right there. Alright guys. Well, thanks for watching. I'm gonna take Crash in. It's about time for us to call it a day. Alright, let's head in, Crash. What are you doing up there? You can't be climbing. You can't be climbing on things, Crash. See what happened the last time you climbed on stuff. You want to go swimming. We can't go swimming. You're a dummy. And we don't even have a swimsuit for you. Crash, what are you doing up there? Why do you keep climbing? Told you to get down from there. You want to go swimming? How are you going to go swimming up on the RV? That makes no sense. That makes no sense. The pool's way over there. What are you talking about, Crash? You are crazy. Get down from there this instant. Crash, why are you climbing up there? I told you to get down. Crash, get down. Get off the... Why are you on the roof? Crash, what are you doing? Crash, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it, Crash. Watch out! Crash! Crash, are you okay? Crash! What? He's got a drink. And he's on a floaty. That Crash is crazy. What a mischievous guy. Alright, thanks for joining us today, and join us on the next one. Please like and subscribe. Alright, turned out pretty nice. We got the, if you watch some of the other videos, we got the black screws in there now. It definitely helps. You can't really, don't stand out so bad now. Yeah, looking pretty good. Needs another wash already. We already just washed it a day or two ago. It needs washed again. Got the inside all cleaned up. Looking nice. It's the RT Plus, so it has all the little fancy features with the heated and cooled seats and nice backup camera. So, nice car. Alright guys, thanks for watching. We have the black Challenger to finish up, and we have a Mustang coming up with the 5.0 in it. Excited for that one. And appreciate you guys. And please, if you haven't already, please like and subscribe.